countryside to town, and from town to city.
And my apologies to the people who just joined us on YouTube. YouTube was being dumb and not letting me start the stream, so I was like, I can't hold up everything. But we got there in the end. You only miss like intro dialogue about how like city sucks, make a new city, which will probably make suck anyways, but you know. For a little while it'll be nice. Oh man, it's been so long since I played. Alright, we got our basic controls, the typical. Alright, let's build 3 houses and connect them to the station with a road. Okay, so snap to path, demolish. Where was rotate? Okay, rotate is Z. Now I'm going to go ahead and put the first couple houses a little bit over here. And these first 3 are going to be like really mashed up against each other. Kind of townhouse style. Here you can choose the road types, brush size, and whether to use freeform drawing or line drawing. Connect the buildings by drawing the roads between them. Okay. So we're gonna start with have like the main road that goes up here. We can do plaza, brick, sand, or dirt. Okay, so we got a brick road there. I forgot the brick roads always have, like, a little bit of a weirdness. Like, they have the cool, like, curb to them. They just don't work with any of the other roads well. There is ways you can make them aesthetically work. But I found it's, like, have, like, a main road out in the middle or whatever. And we'll end up moving and cleaning this up a bunch of times. Alright, so next. Oh, that music. The first family has arrived. Click on their icon and give them a home. Alright. And with that, chat, let me go ahead and do this, which is I'm going to go to start the queue. And we're going to pin that to the top. And it's not actually a queue, it just use the exclamation mark join. And that should add you to the game. Or you can be added to the game. This family has been given a home. Open the residence for more information by clicking on it. A warm, beautiful house is the main source of way to increase the residents' happiness, but it currently does not provide much. Let's change that by giving the residents access to food and buildings. All right, one thing I'm gonna actually do. So the queue is still up. We're gonna still keep that message. I'm actually gonna kill my queue, but keep doing your thing. The game has its own built-in thing that also uses exclamation mark join, so I'm going to keep my message on the top, but you can keep joining. So we need market stalls. We got poultry and cheese. Cheese is clearly the higher priority. Let's start this by going dirt road, real small like. There's a poultry stall. And a cheese stall. Oh, it's still responding. Bear with me one moment. I'm just going to just turn off my bot's join command for a minute. Like, you keep doing what you're doing. You're all good. It's just the fact that I have a command conflicting with the game's command. So I can go here. And disable command. And then click in this window so I can see chat again. Yep, but you're all good. So what'll end up happening is you'll notice you start all joining the town. We got Groot's Twig, Sentry Cookie, Smexy Vampire, White Jaguar. Okay. Click on the market stall. Before this shop is operational, it needs to have workers. All adults in your town can be employed. Let's add a worker. Each worker increases the amount of citizens that can be serviced, so make sure all shops meet their demand by having enough worker. This shop still can't sell stuff yet because there's no warehouse to connect it with. Let's build a warehouse. So I put the warehouse nearest to the train station. Okay, you can live there. Transport cost is now covered. Okay, so we got all that. We can now click on the house. To access multiple different shops greatly increases the happiness of its residents. This house earns you more daily income for each shop connection. Each house, shop, and warehouse has a decoration score. This score makes people who live and work in this happier. Let's make this house and a shop or warehouse and provide happiness. All right. So there's a well. I can go here. That's honestly fine. Okay, so we're making ourselves a little playground here. Okay. We got some basic lights. Put a little extra light around the playground. Keep it nice and well lit. And let's see. A place for people to sit at the park. And some of the cool things about some of these, you can actually attach them onto the buildings. So I'm adding a couple of potted plants here and there. Okay. Hover the happiness percentage to view the happiness breakdown. So, people only arrive at the station if the total average happiness is 60% or above. Percentages in the yellow and red should be improved to increase the average happiness efficiently. You can also click on individual residents to deeper dive into their individual happiness. Let's keep the happiness above 60% and grow the town's population. Alright. So we need to get more residents. So right now we're pretty limited on what type of housing we can do in the town. So let's go ahead. Actually start this from the roadside. We can grab the Plaza Road, make it a bit wider. Then make a narrower side street. Okay. That'll be 2 more houses. All right, we got 5 houses assigned. A higher population decreases the residents' overall happiness. Make parks and open spaces and research to build and connect more buildings to maintain a higher happiness. Let's build a research center. Okay, meanwhile, put a dirt road off the side here. Now you're generating research points. You can add more workers to generate points quicker. You can now see your current research points and money. You can now research a new item. Okay, so we can go ahead and add ourselves a brand new fish stall. You've unlocked your first... you've unlocked fish stall. It's a new building that appears in your construction menu. You have 17 out of 50 residents required to upgrade your city. This will unlock new features and buildings in your research menu. Maintain a high happiness and give 50 people a home. Your goal is to grow this town and into a bustling city. If you get lost, you can press escape and click on the menu to choose the encyclopedia to read explanations again. This game uses autosave, but you can also manually save this way. Alright, so we just need to increase our population, so we're going to go ahead and grab this dirt road. Okay, grab another market, fish stall. Okay, so who's working where? So it looks like Sentient Cookie has a nice job selling poultry. Ah, so warehouse is too far away. Oh, I forgot. When you talk, it can show up in game. So where Cook is like, yes, please, chicken. Their character did say that. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue building up our town. Yep, and there's Panul. Okay, so variations of this building, because I mentioned you can vary it, it's just colored. Per day, looks like, Yep, nope. Fanul and Sentient Cookie are hanging out at the park. And literally saying such a pretty day. Alright. Yeah, no, it didn't pick that one up. I'm assuming there's probably a cooldown that can only happen once every so often. Alright, so we got decorative buildings. Let's go ahead and get that. Many decorations have special variations that can only be applied to specific places. Hover over different locations to find other variations. Okay. So let's check in the happiness. The current thing is work decoration. Is just not there. Actually, it happens pretty quickly. Yep. So we can go to decorations here. So with this, you'll see like it can snap onto the building in certain places. Put a couple under the windowsill planters. And you'll need more housing. These don't have any front yards, so you're going to put the planters directly on them. The upcoming game, Steamed Electric, looks cool. Lots of weird experimental trains. Yeah, no, that's the thing. That's part of what makes Town to City so fascinating and interesting. Is it's definitely one of those ones. Okay, we've already built the fence. It's fine. It's definitely already one of those ones that has some cool stuff going on with it. Let's actually take it the other way around. That's right. I was like, I could have sworn you could add more to this. Another little area right here. Put a tree on the corner there. Just a little place for people to sit. Alright, so we're going to need more housing. And as you probably caught on from the game, that is a thing that ends up being more and more of a pain, is that as the population density increases, that becomes an issue. But then also, with it, the more spread out your people become, the harder it is to provide services for everyone. Okay, and all these cost money. Let's see. Can you build up, or is everything prefab? You can heavily customize, but the buildings do have like some design or some recent stuff. That's fine. Let's go ahead and start working on this more. Which also get a lot more variety as we move along. Right now we're pretty early game, so... Okay, meanwhile, you'll need another path going in and out of here. You believe you can either stack houses on top of each other or turn denser houses? Yeah. I don't think you stack them. Like, not like this. But, they do upgrade eventually. Right, so you don't have any shops in range, so we don't want to build out this far yet. It'll be a thing that we need to change in time. I want to leave that space open. That's fine. Okay. So I can grab more people. Alright. And there's a big part of this that is going back and forth from, like, decorating and working on all that. And actually building the town. Because decoration does play a large part of, the way the game works. Okay, so how are we doing? So we still have workplace decoration is not particularly great. There's not child bonuses that we care about. So we need to keep raising our population. Here's some just slightly off of the plaza. All right. Alright, so they desire to have a house surrounded by trees. We can make that work. Alright, so right now, let's grab you. And so they're going to be unhappy because there's not enough trees around their house. And so we're just making ourselves like a little forested area here. And go down here, grab the sand. Got a little path back here. I wonder if I can make it look a little bit better. Maybe I can make something that looks like a fire to add there later. All right. So they should be happy about that now, because now they've got a bonus of 20% for having the trees in the area. Meanwhile, you want flowers nearby. So since you're super into flowers, you're going to have a flower house. Okay, they're content with the flowers we've added. You want food shops nearby. So good news is that they're content enough with that. And now we're starting to get negatives that it's getting too crowded. That we're starting to take penalties. Alright. And we are burning our money fast. Okay, and we can grab you, Plaza. Research is now available. We can get a vegetable stall and a fruit stall. Let's go ahead and get the fruit stall. Then we can go over here to the dirt. Making a little path to this like inner shopping ring. Build a fruit stall there. So pretty much I'm making like an inner marketplace around the lake kind of thing. You added more workers than necessary. The workers will sleep and not contribute. Okay, they too want the flowers. Let's go ahead and get more flowers put up. They really like their flowers. And we'll get way more variety in all these things later. We got the little flower area. They like to have lights around them. So the entire neighborhood is like, why is that one house so bright? There's 18. You want a house near water. I see. Okay. That's a house of privilege going on right there, that you get to live right by the waterfront. Don't forget that. Alright, one more person now, let us reach our next town stage. And there are multiple maps, and there's going to be way, way, way more variety that we're going to get as time goes on in the game. And generally speaking, all of the house decorations and all that are really good. The work decorations are still kind of lacking. I don't know if it's those or not. Hola.
Just wanted to give you some attention.
Yeah.
You're my handsome boy.
And you're my pretty girl. Okay, so they want to live by the trees. What we're going to go ahead and do here is I'm going to grab the family out of this house. And move them over there. That way I can free up this house, which is surrounded by trees. You can now upgrade the town to the next stage. Click on the green button to upgrade. Oh, here. The idea that just everyone's just standing around town, just like swaying to the music. Have life be that simple. Alright, we now have apparel and more research. Mayor, could I talk to you for a moment? No. Derby Capital. We're all excited about the potential for our town to grow into a prosperous city. Everything's going swell, though some of the new arrivals are experiencing issues. I suggest building yourself a house first, one with a big mailbox. That way, we'll know how to reach you if we ever have any requests for our little town. Mayor's house. Alright. If I've learned anything, it's that I do not want to acknowledge anyone else in my town. So we're going to put our house way up here. We're gonna grab a dirt road. Now it's a house fit for the mayor. I especially love the way you ostracize yourself from the entire rest of the community, because who would want to interact with the plebs? There, we've got our wonderful house as far away as possible from anyone else in our town. Amazing. Your house looks great. I'm sure the first request will start coming soon. We're all thrilled to have such an involved mayor in town. Don't worry if it takes a while to address any of our requests. We're patient townsfolk. Mayor, when I moved here, I didn't realize I would have to survive without my favorite tailor. I fear I'm getting desperately out of fashion. Would you be a dear and build a clothing boutique in our little town? And make sure they sell red clothes, dear. I hear it's the latest trend in the big city. I hate all these people. Okay, so let's see. You want me... I don't have access to it, I don't think, yet. Alright. Right, now we have city, town, hamlet, village. You get all these different tiers with their own buildings. And then on top of that, you've got more tabs based on the different locations. Yeah, so we need to work our way up to the clothing store. So one thing we can do is... get all of you working. We can focus on that. So yeah, so now people want apparel. And we do not have it. Okay, so we're getting all of our place looking nicer by the day. Okay, so we can get the vegetable stall. Okay, so we need more houses. A plan for this. We'll wind up over here somewhere. Do a split off over there. Then the research center's road can join over here. Can I research a new item? Okay, we can get the clothing store. So I'm going to actually get that, but that's okay. So, we have the clothing store as an option now. It's 255. The plan here is to put some of the common stuff in here. Where's your door? Okay, everyone will have clothing. Research set clothing color. Oh. So we got more stuff to research there. Alright, so with this, I'm going to start another little neighborhood back here, and you need more warehouse functionality. We'll need another warehouse over here, it looks like. And then what I'm going to do over here make ourselves like a little cul-de-sac over here with a little plaza. We got a new request. Yesterday, I sat down on the bench and I got a splinter in my leg. It hurt really bad. Perhaps our town is growing so much that the old and wooden benches are wearing down with use. It's even making our children cry. I'm not crying, you're crying. It would be a good idea to replace 5 wooden benches with steel benches. Okay, we'll worry about that later and completely ignore our citizens, because why would I answer their garbage? We'll allow you to set the clothing color to satisfy this objective. You... Oh, I see a problem here. Okay, they'll improve that one. And we can set your color. Somehow. Oh, there we go. My friends all be jealous of this dress. Okay, we're back to normal. 1,000 thanks, Mayor. Even those big folk will be envious of our beautiful garments. You still look the same to me. You look stunning. We're not gonna be mean. My Mayor, aren't you handing out the compliments today? Thank you for some pocket change. Alright. So with that, let's start this nonsense. So we can make ourselves a little area over here. I'll probably have to move that road around that's behind them, but we'll worry about that later. Get a brick road. Okay, now we'll go here. All right. So we got our lights over here. They see you replace the benches. I'm not quite done yet. Alright. Nicely done putting those steel benches in. That'll prevent our children from, definitely not getting hurt to the point of crying. You probably never had a splinter in your leg. And there's $100. Okay. We got a bunch of research here. Let's get greater reach. So that'll help all these things work better. And now suddenly every single one of these wants more people. No workers available. Okay, and more worker. More worker. Alright, so with this one, you're a tree-loving family, you're a tree-loving family. Let's grab you. You want to be near food. You want to be near flowers, you're near flowers. You are a family who has no strong preferences. And as such, your preferences shall be respected, and we will chuck you off into the abyss. That someone who is more concerned, more discerning can have, like, your nicer house. Alright. We got a new request. I want to play hide and seek. Don't you like it anymore? Of course I do. But there's no pretty flowers. I want to hide in bushes with flowers. What does that have to do with hide and seek? I just wanna. You can set an area in which to complete a request. Okay, so you want me to... I see. We put it over there. So you want me to put down 8 flowery bushes. And you want plant bushes. Okay, so plant flowery bushes and then plant bushes. I don't think I have access to plant bushes yet. So let's grab more. We got the flower and plant decorations. We got all sorts of fancy things here. None of those are what we need for that. That's okay. Okay, so you want to be near the tailor and you don't really care. Okay, so you want to be near the tailor. You're not discerning, so we'll go ahead and chuck you over here. And grab you. And put you near the tailor. That residence is not connected to any shops. Again, another poultry shop around here. Discerning, the polite way to say picky. Correct. Alright, so we got the bushes and all that unlocked, so we no longer have anything under dwelling left to grab. So now let's see. Plant bushes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, those flower bushes smell good. Hide and seek smells great now with all these flower bushes. I want to play. I still don't know what this has to do with hide and seek. Go on, play little ones. Some people simply like flowers. I'm gonna go with some people simply like flowers. Thanks. I appreciate you giving me $100, children. Alright, we're just packing this whole area back in here real nice and tight together. Hey, that Lady Fox, how's it going? And you are right here. Your character's definitely strutting their stuff. Your current thing is you are a street vendor. Which I'm assuming you work at the poultry stall right here. Your home decoration and your work decoration leaves you moderately underwhelmed. Okay, so the next thing we can do is Halloween decorations. These are important. A new request. Help, last night I was playing in the woods and I saw an old knight's ghost. He was moaning and dragging his sword through the dirt. I swear he did. Please make the ghost go away before he scares everyone. Item gravestone. Place a gravestone for the ghost. Alright. Place a single flower with the grave. Place lanterns to light up the area. They say lanterns. Well, clearly I gotta make a path to this first. I'll probably want to put a fence around it. Okay, so you need to place lanterns around to light up the area and place some withered trees. Withered tree? Yep, right up there with a withered stick. You dealt with that ghost knight. Oh, thank you. With the old knight chased away, I could start adventuring in the woods again. Ghost be gone! You do realize it was just your imagination, right? Don't stray far from the lit path now. We're gonna go with the second one. Let the kid have... Jeez, that kid's paying good. Who's your parents? Alright, so... we can... if we save up just a little bit more money, get a second story to our housing. So let's just save up our money for a little bit more. Okay, so you want to be near a mountain. I wonder if that's close enough. Yeah, it's close enough. 19. And you just want a regular home. You're not connected to any shops. We can resolve this. And now you're connected to another shop. We got tons of people walking around town. So we got JD over here. JD is a warehouse worker. Doing their thing. We got Fanul here. You're a street vendor. I'm a Ray of Flipping Sunshine is selling vegetables. That seems reasonably appropriate. We got Canahawk here walking around. You're a researcher. Treacle and Code Sage are working at the tailoring shop. That Lady Fox sells poultry. Groot's Twig is a child, and you're unemployed. And I ask you to, to please contribute to the society. How dare you have a childhood? Second floor housing. Add a floor to a house, making room for an additional family to live in the residence. Each house is a maximum of 3 floors, and prices scale up for each additional floor. Okay, that's fine. New request. Every tree in the neighborhood looks the same. They're all leafy. How about we plant a bunch of pine trees and spruce in our town? Oh, there are too many spruces, you think? No, too many oaks. We need pines. I have some saplings and some mulch laying around. Mayor, could you plant 10 pine trees around here? You're all a bunch of little whiners. And I don't appreciate it. Okay. So, you want pine trees. Yeah, you planted all those pines. Pine trees, aren't they the loveliest? It's so much more foresty here now. Insidiously so. Get the hell out of my town and never come back. We don't do those puns here. Trying to remember how you snap a house on top of their house. Now they can grow. We get the shoemaker. Alright, grab the Plaza Road. I remember it took me a hot minute to remember how to do the stacked houses previously. Okay. Shift, Control, Alt. No, those seem to work. Not seeing a button here. That's the move, family. Alright. We try and move you. Yeah, so I can't move you in there. Alright, how the heck did I do this again? Because remember there's a way to do this. I don't think you had to have, like, certain criteria met. Is there, like, an upgrade button? Oh, that's right. Where are you at? There was... You're right. There's an upgrade button somewhere. There you are. Oh, no, you're good. I was literally asking because I couldn't remember where the button was, and, you know, the discoverability in game was kind of not super there. So we're basically broke because I'm upgrading the city. And also, before I forget, I'm going to do this. Which is shout out for Treacle. For those who don't know Treacle, another fantastic content creator, been doing some hotel architect recently. Someone I highly, highly, highly recommend checking out. Very much good times over there. 100% can recommend. I'm also looking forward to seeing everyone at TwitchCon and all that stuff. Very much looking forward to that. So we're continuing to build up the town right now. We don't have a lot of money for ourselves, but we are working on research. We can get the butcher. And don't worry, later we'll get the baker and the candlestick maker. Okay, so the butcher's actually kind of big. Yeah, I mean, it's feeling very real for me and Tomb right now, because we board our plane tomorrow. Like, so we're in that, like, okay, get everything needs to be in order, because this is happening soon. Okay, and you need more warehouse workers. Alright. And we're slowly improving the town, little by little. The happiness is at 96%, with the work decorations being the primary negative factor. So overlays. We have income per building. So you've got all the houses are a gain and all the worker places are a lower. Yeah, you're getting the train tomorrow. You guys are going to be so tired, but you've got this. Oh man, it's not even the flight. The flight going out and all that is long enough. Because we're dropping into we got 2 layovers, one in Dublin, one in London, and then there. On the way back, we have like the reverse, but each one of them's like a 6-7 hour layover. You know how it goes. But The layovers are looking plenty long. Yeah, so it looks like all the decorations in this middle spot are kind of meh. Yeah, so it looks like this middle area here, we're going to need to deal with that. And you want to be near the tailor. That's close enough for you to be happy. Rip money. That'll make you happy. Yeah, let's get some decorations over here. I like that they have Halloween decorations as well as things. And just having them hang flowers on their stalls. At least something. You got a bunch of flowers there. We'll probably end up building more buildings over here. I think along this backyard we could fit some more stuff. Meanwhile, I got more research coming. We got the optician. Okay, so don't have enough money for the optician yet. We gotta wait a minute. You guess you better pack? Yeah, no, I got started earlier today. Then we went out to try and see if I could get my car back before we left, but they're not done working on it, so it gets to sit at the dealership the entire time away. Luckily, it's like one of those things, it's like, yeah, they're not going to charge me or anything for, like, it's sitting there. So it's just kind of one of those things. Alright. Okay, we're reaching the point that I'm going to definitely need to upgrade our warehouses soon. No available homes. We can work on this. I say as I don't have money yet. I guess in the meantime, well, I gotta avoid spending too much money. But you'll probably notice that as time goes on, we'll add more and more decorations to make it like so you won't see as much of the ground kind of looking kind of not plastic. It's not like City Skylines 1 where it's just the ground looks like one big plastic sheet and then you shove trees on it to just hide it. But you see like over time it'll start building out more and more. I do like that they added Halloween stuff and all that. There's the house upgraded. Welcome to town. Start running into limits here. And happiness-wise, the work decorations are improving. Alright, don't we have a bunch of, like, these flowery bushes? Real dense patch of shrubbery right along the outside there. That's bumped the workplace up another percentage. None of Mayo and Mayo accessories in this town. Emulsification hasn't been invented yet. Sorry. Oh, wait. You'll like this house because you're right in the trees. Okay, we got more research coming, so... Get the bigger warehouse option. That's the little warehouse. We'll end up needing to get the bigger warehouse once demand starts to get beat too much. And that'll be... Yeah, so I'll probably do is rip up that warehouse, swap it out for a big one. Once we got some extra money. I guess technically I don't even need to rip out the other warehouse. I can just move this warehouse around until I need it later. Then grab you. And for right now, you just be chucked over here. Okay. I know, a lot of things aren't working yet. Okay. So I can go here. Alright, so with that, now we're just waiting for a bit more money to upgrade in our house. That's boosted our happiness, where our happiness is just holding at like 98% or whatever. And we're getting really, really close to getting our next town rank, which is good. We still got lots to unlock. We got more decorations, terraforming. There's the Fountain of Seasons, which I seem to remember... The big fancy. Oh, we can get tastier meats. Well, that's an important one. I wouldn't want less tasty meats. That's just right out. Dropping some bushes back there. Once we get more stuff put in here, we'll start filling it in more. And Treacle is a shopkeeper. And you work at the clothing store. Who else do we have here that's new? We got Mohan Rai. You are a shoemaker. Got Cody Husky. You're an unemployed child. How dare. Okay, we can go over here. There you are, another family moving in. Another person to work at the butcher. So let's see, it's 300 for the tastier meats. So we're going to wait to get our tastier meats. And then we'll probably want to make a park somewhere, because it looks like we're going to unlock hopscotch and a bunch of different stuff. And I've got, you know, well, you already have the little park over here. We can add more to that. And that'd be good. Then when that's all said, now we can move on to the next thing. Alright. Tastier meats. More housing. Yeah, we are right at the cusp. Apparently the max number of citizens you can get without changing settings is 1,000. You can remove the limit to go higher, but the game's like, yeah, it's gonna start not running so great once you got 1,000 people walking around to be keeping track of. Which is fair. But considering every one of these people is individually, like, pathfinding and doing its stuff and whatever. Alright, so once we get our 250 bucks again, we'll upgrade the next house we can find. Because right now I'm building up versus out. We'll end up having to build out again. The big challenge there... Yeah, it's close enough for all the bonuses. Your city can upgrade. Heck yeah. So now we're going to become a hamlet. Alright, leisure is a new need unlocked, and research menu has expanded. So now people are going to want leisure. They're going to expect to have recreation. Ugh. Could you imagine having the basic expectation of wanting to be able to have joy and fun? Okay. So the next thing we got in our research, we still got a bunch of these decorations, like that one that just unlocked right now. Pair of swings. Hopscotch. One of the spinny things. They've got a nice little park for them to play in. Alright. So it won't be too much longer before I'm going to need to upgrade some, like, add more of these kind of things. So who here is already tapped? So, the poultry stall. Both poultry stalls are tapped. It literally looks like every one of my food stalls is already operating at capacity. Let's get another cheese stall. Another fruit stall. And another veggie stall. Okay, so we've massively expanded our food bonus, and with that, we now have a 100% townfolk happiness right now. So that's pretty cool. Alright, and that's still considered close enough to the tailor to matter. Let's see. You walk by there and think to yourself, "How the hell two chicken stalls spawn work next to each other?" There's enough people who demand them. If you got enough demand, you can make it work. So you want leisure, and I don't have leisure for right now. So you're just gonna have to patiently wait there until I have leisure available, which will be whenever we get down to that point. So the first leisure is, I believe, the puppet show at 300. So we'll keep that all going. We're at like 200 something. You'll get leisure at a leisurely pace. Exactly. You know what's up. Little hedges around that area. City barely has a second street. People I want to laze around. Yep. You want to share your neighborhood with a bunch of folk. That'll work out, because I can go right here. Right in this area over there. We can keep increasing its density. It'll just make you happier and happier. And meanwhile, your neighbors are like, "Oh, the neighborhood's getting so busy these days. I miss when it was quiet here." Alright, puppet show. Oh, I need money. I'm not sure where I want to put the puppet show, because I can put it along here where all the market is. It really depends on how much one puppet show can facilitate. Because I can put it over here to facilitate this area, Or we can put there to try and facilitate everybody. I have a feeling it's not going to be as much. We're going to need a bunch of those buildings. And there's going to be a little bit of adjusting as things go along. Very low range, very low production capacity does not require a warehouse. That supports that belief. Let's go right here. That does mean you have no preference. Congratulations, you live over here now. You do have preference for leisure. You go right there now. Puppet shows. You don't supply much at all, do you? You were not kidding. Yeah, that's just enough to cover this handful of houses right here. That's gonna take some work to get the leisure stuff in better shape. But ultimately, if we're continuing to make a bunch of money, it's not to our debt. The lights to people ratio is pretty amazing. I mean, if you think about it, even in real life, you know, you're going to a neighborhood like your typical suburb or whatever, you're going to have like a street light every house, every other house kind of thing. And then you take into consideration the corners will also have lights as well, so you can end up on those corner houses having 3 or 4 lights per house. Then the houses themselves will usually have lights on either side of the garage and on the door. There's a lot of light. Like in real life, we definitely put a lot of light out there. That's actually a problem in a lot of places. That light pollution is a very valid concern. That screws with the local wildlife and all that. We can build a second puppet show over here. Okay, so we got a couple more houses. I like how we're missing the one house there. That house looks like a clown. Oh, this one? The optometrist? It's actually supposed to look like glasses and a nose. Okay. And research is probably getting pretty close to the next level of getting something. Yep, we are right in the rail line. Literally, the rail line is how everyone gets into town. Like, that's where our people come from. And then, meanwhile, the mayor's mansion we put way up here because I don't want to be down there with the plebs. Alright, so we'll go ahead and grab the animal decorations. Okay, so we're gonna have a giant statue of a cat. Awesome. You know what we're doing? Oh, you're too big, that's fine. And it looked like there was, put some ducks in the lake to swim around. Okay. So I've got all that going, so I'll get another puppet show going on over here somewhere. $5 a duck, that's a bargain? Yes. And our happiness is still staying really good. Its leisure is the big negative right now, and we're working on it. I just don't have very many options, and what options I do not scale well. We'll take what we can get. And keep all that moving. And later on, we'll end up getting people who are like, well, I want to be in a low population density area. We'll have to deal with that animal when we get there. Alright, and let's get ourselves some more entertainment. So put you... There's not as much room there. We can put you, right here next to the graveyard. The super spooky graveyard. Ooh, it's implying I only have room for one. Okay. Oh, I guess we do have all that covered. The only house, this one house individually is weirdly not getting covered. Hey, do you sell any grapes at this lemonade stand? No. So, new research equipment, extra warehouse workers, upgrade roads, remove rocks, a street organ, lots of decorations, the golden Crampton. He says waddle away until the very next day. Gotcha. So the fish stall isn't covering everything. Alright, so we want another fish stall. Okay, you need another person at the warehouse. That's fine. And slug in that whole middle area just to be basically nothing but food stalls. And a whole bunch of things are starting to hit their limits. Alright, so let's see what we got here. We can get the bistro for a high range above average production capabilities. A barber low range, I think that's a luxury thing. We can also get terraforming out of here. We can also upgrade our roads, which reduce the transit cost. Unlocked everywhere regardless of city level. Alright, let's upgrade our roads. Draw over previously built roads to upgrade them. Upgrading roads is expensive, but significantly reduces transport costs. Right. Oh yeah, that's just... That's catastrophic amounts of spend going on right there. Yeah, by putting that upgraded road, it has made it so I actually have more more people working at the warehouses than I need. Okay, so one of the things we're going to run into is I don't see a very easy way to kind of... Ah, here we go. Economy breakdown. So I'm trying to see... Yeah, so the butcher is fully utilized. Whereas that fish stall is not. So we'll want to go ahead and build another butcher. Okay, so you don't care about if you're in trees or not, so you're getting relocated. And you're there. Because my understanding is the more we make them happy, the more money we make on the same number of houses. Okay, so production is 150. And one of the other problems we have here, as well as upgrading these paths, is going to be astronomically expensive. Yeah, so they're still hurting for leisure. Yeah, so the street organ can be the next thing we go for the leisure stuff, because I believe the puppet show, I think we've literally got them all handled. Yeah, let's wait for the pipe organ and start trying to mix that in here. See if we can't stack those up to boost people's happiness even more. Because we can always circle back to stuff like the terraforming and whatnot. And then when you get to a certain scale, there's actually a world map in this game where we do unlock other towns to work on. That they all have like different goals, objectives, whatever you want to go with. And I'm pretty sure we've upgraded all the houses as is. When do we get the next house size upgrade? Probably small town. There's also a city hall in there. Remember, that's got stuff that goes on to it. And I guess one thing we can do over here, they've got a sand road over here. Add that connection point for later. Alright, street organ. And that services that whole area. Alright. So at this point, if we want to continue any development, we're going to have to expand. And that's where we're going to start seeing problems with our current food infrastructure and all that not being able to reach. We might actually be able to get away with by putting a back road over here. So let's go ahead and pop down here. A dirt road that crosses back here. Kind of follows the mountainside this way. Okay, I didn't take it far enough. Okay. There's one tiny spot. Road I'd missed. Okay, so got more housing over here. More clothing provided. And from there we can go and work on grabbing the next one of these. All right. Yep, and if we put one more over there, it'll cover all those houses as well. And that'll be good. So that our leisure is now starting to actually get to be good. Apparel's alright, food is great. The average population density is like 33% or whatever. We're getting close to getting more research available. Alright, so for the next research, because we can only manage, I think, 400 is my cap. Yeah. So we can do that to allow ourselves a second research place. We can get the bistro going. We have wooden bridges. High range, low population count does not require a warehouse. Kiosk. We got the barber for some stuff there. Oh, we got ourselves a new quest finally. It's been a while. Mayor, our town is growing, but there aren't enough homes for all the new people. We don't want them to sleep outside, do we? Settle down. I'm sure the mayor will quickly build at least 10 new houses. Regular houses? Of course not. Our mayor will also upgrade that to fit even more folks. Okay. I understand. The game's like, increase the size of your town, yo. Alright, so we're rapidly expanding our town. New research equipment, probably good. That gives me way more research storage, making our stuff available, so if we get distracted, we get the research just piling up so we can get more stuff unlocked. It also gives me the ability to build a second research center, which is probably worth doing. Yep, so we're gonna keep expanding the town. I just like it's like, but yeah, we're gonna go ahead and upgrade all of these houses, everything. I'll just volunteer the mayor for everything. So even more aggressive research. So we're just moving in people aggressively. We're getting ready to level up the town again, because the population is what determines that. I wanted to continue upgrading at least our main road, but that's kind of stalled out because we're using our money as fast as we're getting. We're getting pretty profitable. I can also see putting, like, more shops out along the cliffside down here as well, as we have more need. Far away from any neighbors. Alright, you little crap. You went far away from any neighbors? I'll give you far away from any neighbors. I should back that up a little bit more. There. Far away from any neighbors. You desire a house near the water. You're comfortable with a regular house. There you go. House near the water. There you go. You want to be away from everybody. There you go. You know what, though? Oh, no. You're not connected to any shops. Who would have thunk it? Living way out in the boonies away from literally everybody would mean, less everything. And time to increase the level of our town. Alright, now people need housewares. You've unlocked a new level. Fontbrock. Fontbrock's fertile soil offer a perfect environment to learn about farming. Crops are used to supply powerful crop-powered commerce buildings to satisfy the need of your residents and make them even happier. You can access Fontbrock whenever you wish to start your farming journey by opening the map on the top left corner. Okay. I dreamed my friends and I were trapped in a maze, and I couldn't find our way out. It was so good. Could you pretty please on Sugar Top create a really, really super good maze for us? One with tall hedges and lots of twists, and a bench in the middle so we can meet? I bet everyone would love it, even the grown-ups. Okay, so if we check out our research stuff, we have just the vague city in general. I believe you can level up this stuff anywhere. And then you have these ones you can only level up in the other locations. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to click on the map up here, and we're going to move on to that one, and we're going to start the level. So we're going to do some gentle farming town area. And for those who miss this game, like, even though you have like that same development, it's got different iterations of that same process to fit very aesthetically different areas. But that said, give me a moment. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and we are back. Alright, so welcome to Fontbrock, our farming town. Let's start with your journey by setting up your first farmhouse. Okay, so we need to build a farmhouse. So you got a townsfolk residence, and then you got a farmhouse. So go ahead and put a farmhouse, just... That is a big freaking lake in the way of everything. Okay, we'll just put a farmhouse, like, over here, I guess. Alright. Oh, and we have, like, farming overview and tax menus. Station. Trains will arrive if the happiness is above 60%. Oh, you're not actually lined up. I did a bad job. Well... we can fix that. We're just waiting for people to arrive of any capacity. There they come. So what's this saying? Okay, so it doesn't say anything. We'll have taxes, farming overview, pet inventory, and department, whatever all those things are about. Now, I do have a completely different set of research that happens here with a completely different unlocks. I believe you can use those unlocks either way. You've housed your first farm residents. This family will take care of their land and can't be employed elsewhere. Farmers and settled. Let's research the first crop and crop-powered buildings. Open the research menu. Okay, so we need to go to the Farms tab. So we can learn to make grapes for free and a winery for free. Let's plant our first crops. Click on the farmhouse in the Open tab. Okay. I see. I understand. The crops are planted, but they still need to be processed. Gotcha. So that's kind of letting me know, like, all right, you capped out what they can do. There. So I've capped out what they can do there. But they still need to be processed before they can be used. Let's make sure the farmer residents are happy and productive. Happy farmers produce more crops. Farmers won't have their crops available for commerce if their happiness drops below 60%. So the farmers are unhappy. And they're unhappy because they do not have food or apparel. So with this, we're probably going to do... start branching off to make the actual, like, town. So there is a townhouse. I'll probably need a warehouse here somewhere. There's the warehouse. Couple of houses here. And I think what we'll do is have like a little marketplace here to deal with. So let's start getting that built. So we will need... put a poultry stall, a cheese stall, and tuck a clothing place along the corner here. Actually, so you're gonna be knocked off of this one. Actually, wait. No. Okay, so you're going to be knocked off this one. So I put you here. So that'll start making those nicer. Okay, so you need a granary attached to you. That's fine. We can go ahead and work on that. I love this game, but oh, sometimes you wish to squash the little people. I want to live far away from other people. But now I'm complaining about being far from the shops. Yeah, you probably noticed in the last map I immediately kicked the ones like super far away and just didn't bother. It's like, hey man, you wanted to be away from literally everybody. That's a you decision that you have to live with now. Alright, we're slowly getting this town built up to get things started. Build and activate your first farm. Have a fully utilized farm with... I didn't catch the last part. We need more townies to bring this online. Open the economy view to locate the farming overview. This is where you can view information regarding your crops and crop power buildings. This information is relevant to the current map. Okay. Okay, we're now making wine. Build a farm and activate a crop-powered building. Little by little, we're expanding the workforce. Okay. So we need to generate farm points. And farm points are research. There's not as many tiers in the farm area, but we should get a lot of bonuses out of that. There's animal shelters, decorative gardens. Okay, and we keep things going. So there's the fish person. And little by little, we're expanding this all. And my assumption is we'll just keep building more and more farms, doing more and more stuff. Okay, so the average citizen, the farmer's happiness is only 76%. And you are at only 82%. It's mostly the decorations that are the hold up. which we'll get there. Yeah, so food is almost capped out. Okay. Oh, I forgot they had the commands where you could, like, look up, you know, what everyone's relationships with you and all that. Ah, one of your children's named Dennis. It's always a Dennis. No, I'm teasing. Dennis is a fine name. It's a meme. Was that from Hell of a Boss? We got Blitz crashing out, and he's like, you know, I'm happy with, what's your name? Dennis is like, ah, Dennis, I need a Alejandro or something. I did not name our children that. Looks at Randall Thor. Okay, so we don't have leisure as a requirement yet. Yeah, so it's gonna be... So our food is covered. We're gonna need to start getting decorations. You probably have to do join again on this one, Burning Sun. We moved on to the second map, so there's not as many people here. So do exclamation mark join to get in. Yeah, no, you think you exist on the first map. Like, don't look at you, must be tradition. Oh, traditions. They get you sometimes. Alright. I'm using the pumpkins as streetlights. Okay. It's a little bit of decoration there. Alright, so we're out of houses again. Let's go ahead and get... I'm also out of money. Okay, so we gotta wait a minute for money to show up. Then we can expand our housing. And broadly speaking, the farmers are getting pretty happy. As are the citizens. We got a little bit of decoration going on, helping them. I do actually have 3 extra workers. So for the apparel, we could do the shoemaker next. That'd take up some workers. I might be able to shove it right over here, like have a little path come across. I can also put it down there. Okay. I mean, both of you already have those in green. Let's follow what it said and be like, hey man, don't worry about it till you till it's no longer in green. Let's scooch that back to make room for future leisure. All right. So we'll just keep expanding everything, and slowly but surely we'll start building up where we get money faster. We're starting a bit denser on this one than the last one. Available total. And we can go to your research. So we can get corn, wheat, or whatever. So it's actually telling me to wait until we have 50. So I'm not going to touch it for a minute. Because most likely it'll have me like work on another type of farm soon. Okay, so we can see that the boundary's already out here. Yeah, so this map is nowhere near as big as the first map. But that's okay. I think the idea is this is going to be kind of a sleepier, wider spread map. Versus the city map is going to be a little bit more compact over time as the population continues to climb. All right. I'm gonna get the next house in there. And with that, we got to scale up all of this. Okay. So not as good stuff with traits, but that's okay. So work decoration is a little bit in the orange color, which is going to be this area. Just don't really have a whole lot of money. That's the vines, that's not the dead trees. Okay. So going for the whole Halloween vibe, we're right about to hit the 50 farm points it wanted me to get. And pretty soon we're gonna have to get more stands and all that stuff to boost things. You would like a light source category. So I guess we'll just grab corn because we hit the mark and then passed it. And it doesn't seem to care, so that's fine. So we can get a farm residence going on over here. The thing we'll do is for the next area. I'm gonna go around the granary. We're gonna follow the shore. We'll put the farmhouse over here, put more farm up there. That way we can follow the shore and just put all of this farmland up there. It'll be curious how it handles stuff like having stuff nearby that you need with the farmhouses. I'm hoping that they'll have like a much, much wider area that they can tolerate. Okay. So edit farm. Okay. So now I've got corn being grown. And after that we can get wheat. Alright, I gotta build my house, don't I? So I get our house built here real fast. We've got the corn starting to go. And we'll get the wheat farther up the way. I want to upgrade one of these houses to get them in there. Alright. But yeah, the amount I'm getting per day is going up, you know, a decent amount per one. What do you want? So you want flowers. That's fine. That forces me to do some of the decorations as we go, which is fine. We need to get those decorations anyways. Yeah, then I'm guessing we'll put the wheat here, that gets fed into the granary, and then we'll have some type of production building up here for, like, bread and all that kind of stuff. Okay. And I believe some of these upgrades we get from here will tie back to the first map. So even though I don't believe the farming moves over there, I could be wrong about it, there is some stuff that comes across. I remember there's a reason to switch back and forth between maps. I just didn't get that far, because when I last played, it was early access, so I was like, alright, let's wait. You know, let's wait until we're farther along. Alright. There's the mayor's house coming in, so he can whine about everything to me. Okay, so I do make money from farming residents as well. Wait, free walk mode? Walk around your town as the mayor. In walk mode, you can freely explore your city. I'm assuming we still have money coming in and all that while this is happening. Alright, so you can walk around our town and see what it looks like. Got our little jack-o'-lanterns everywhere. Small child. Kind of cool. Doesn't look like there's anything you can kind of do here other than like take pictures and all, which is still cool. There we go. No idea if we were still gaining money while we were doing that or not. All right. So I think the next thing we build is another farmhouse down here for the wheat. Okay, before we get too far, there. Now you've got the flowers you want to make you happy, so edit farm. Wheat. Okay, we can go back to this edge here. And there we go. Is having fun creating houses randomly? Yeah. Well, I mean, these need to be farmhouses, so they're required to be spread out from each other. So not enough granary transporters. We are out of laborers. So if I want to do more with that, I gotta get something over here. And meanwhile, for the bakery, we need 200. So we can go over here. Shove another house in there. Able to see in the city name. There's commands like if you type in like job and stuff like that, it'll go through all that. There's another household moved in. There's that granary covered. Are you in the city? This one I believe no. Keep in mind we did switch maps. So most likely if you were earlier on when we joined in, that your character is on the other map. But you can go ahead and get a new character in this one. You just gotta do join again. But like I said, you can do stuff like family or job or stuff like that, and they'll tell you, you know, like who your family is, who you're living with, that kind of stuff. Yeah, so it's all fine. The next thing is at 200. We want to get the bakery. And otherwise keep expanding what we've got. Yep, no mines for you. It sounds like I'm so sorry. Just like, why? This is not what I was hoping for. You're a child? Oh, yeah, no, you got that wrong, Lux. Right? You are both children. Both you and Burning Sun are siblings. Okay, we're getting our house built here. Not even siblings, unrelated. Oh, different families in the same house? Those poor parents. Okay, you want to live by the water. Oh, no, you're right. You are just two completely separate families. Keep in mind, this is a two-family home. Yeah, so you're just living in the same home. You're neighbors, effectively. Are you like a teacher or something? No, you're a winemaker. It was the whole flood of people going out as one big group. I was like, what's going on here? You're not here to overthrow me, right? All right. So upgrade this house. Okay. Yeah, so overall things are going alright. Decorations could certainly still use improvement, but we're worrying about that later. What we need to do is make more housing down this way. So let's go ahead and continue on the idea that we were working on earlier. It'll be something like that. And then this will be kind of like a marketplace square, whatever. And that way you can put a house down over here to be near the water. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Alright, let me go ahead and get that stretch in. We're getting our farming points along. Right now I'm looking at is just trying to scale up the research and all that stuff. Grow? What do you want Grow to do? There's an actual, it's something like !help or something like that will give you all the commands available, so you don't have to just guess. I'm doing pretty good. All right. We're doing okay on that and okay here. So they want some more home decoration. But I'll probably just put like an actual park in the middle there once we've got things established. Okay. This whole town's turned into like a Halloween town. Okay, so just adding some more decorations while we're waiting on money, because the decorations only cost like $3 or so bucks each, so they don't really set me back much. We're at 100, so the curiosity here is, should I be building more farmhouses or more regular houses to build up the regular part of town? Because the city, we've already got all that stuff unlocked. I don't need to do anything there. Wait 1 second. Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay, so I unlock these on the other ones, but I only gain access to the separate sections once I rank up, sorry. There's hay decorations, we won't worry about that. Alright. Now keep people moving in, and as they move in, we can build up more of like the different food types and all that to kind of boost their moods and all that. We'll probably go for the butcher next, I think. Unlock the animal shelter. I'm still waiting on research points. To be fair, as we're going, we are gaining more and more of that. Yeah, so animal shelter's 200 and the bakery's 200. And my assumption is the bakery will take both of these two goods and then turn that into more stuff there. Yeah, so our home decor is now very high. Apparel is relatively low. So we could go and work on that. How is our food stat? Because that's probably the one we're going. So food stat is very high. Apparel is relatively low. So we're probably going to want to get some of the apparel next. What are you waiting for? Research. Right down here. It might be a little hard to see, but I have 113 out of 400. I need 200. Yeah, so make a shoemaker next. Because we got 4 spare workers. We can go ahead and do that. Let's speed up time. Yeah, so my suspicion is once we hit 200, I'll make the bakery. That'll be a big boost for us. And then again, the other question comes down to, like, what actually gives me the farm points? Like, is it the actual farming that gives me the farm points? Or is it the processing the farmed goods that gives me the farm points? Yeah, so it's the actual processing of the goods that gives me farm points. Right, so it'd be building more wineries and more bakeries and stuff like that that ultimately give me the farm points. Okay, building a new optometrist. Or, sorry, shoemaker. Okay, and I'm all out of laborers. But that should boost everyone's moods a bunch. Okay, so it's work decoration is the only thing negative on you. And you're doing relatively well as well. The next move is keep upgrading our houses, keep expanding the town. While I wait for the research to roll in. Then we get the bakery, which should have the fun thing. What's the mag glass next to research? That's the icon for research? Just like that's literally the research icon. Is magnifying glass. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, so this is research points, and then this is farm points, which is a research specific to this tile. But we share the research between all of our different things, so this one we want to focus on the farm research, whereas the regular old research, we probably want to focus on that on our main city. So we will be hopping back and forth between this location, the main city, all that kind of stuff. It's kind of the idea behind it. Alright. And the rate we're getting money is picking up quickly. Alright. Then go here. Cool. So, next up we would want to build another house. Are you not having enough housing? We're going back and forth. Like, I had enough housing until a second ago, and now I'm short on housing. So building our house. And they'll put them in it. Top left symbol? Top left symbol where? I don't... Oh, this is just letting me knowing what type of people want to move in. So this one wants to move into houses that have high density. This one down here wanted to move into a house of low density, or just normal. They don't really care one way or the other. That's all fine. Yep. Nah, it's just showing what types of people we're having move in. So they want a high density area. But if we watch, once we go in here, we'll have that. And then when the train stops, we'll likely have another icon will appear here. It just showing what I have available. So yeah, so this one wants to be near trees, and that one wants high density. So that's neutral. That'll get itself sorted out in time. Yeah, no, the symbols here are telling me that they want housing. Like this isn't like warnings or whatever, it's just saying this one wanted trees, and the one you saw wanted just any regular house. They were not particularly discerning. Okay, what we can do is while we wait, interesting. This is implying... Oh, no, it's giving me trees. Research? Yep. Let me slow time back down to normal. We can grab you. Farms. And bakery. New request. Hey, Mayor, don't you just love the wonderful bread smell? And I mean fresh bread, the freshest bread. There's nothing better. If only Mom would bake us every morning, but I guess it's never going to happen. Could you do something about this? Have you considered incarcerating my mother, and forcing her to bake endless bread for me? You want me to move their house closer to the bakery. The bakery that doesn't exist yet, by the way. Oh, I gotta wait a little while for money. I was like, I can't get my mom to make bread, so could you move our entire home near bread? I just really, really, really want bread. Sure, I'd like to live near a bakery as well. Oh, yeah. No, if I lived, like, in a walkable town... If I lived in a walkable town kind of thing, and I could have a bakery where I just, like, walk downstairs, went across the street, and there's just a bakery there. Can you imagine the government forcefully relocating your town because your kid whined to the mayor? Look, man, I listen to my constituents. They just need to collectively make their decisions of what they want. The kid can't... You don't know my local laws. Kids count for 2 votes because they're the future. I'm hoping that'll count. Hey, do I smell fresh bread? Every time I go outside, it's like stepping into a loaf of freshly baked bread. I love it. Thank you for the cash, man. I'm actually surprised none of these other things were like, we need more workers from that. Alright, so the next research is just fill in whatever of these we have to. That's fine. Otherwise, it's going to be continue to increase the population. Okay, and need another person at the tailor. Let's see, in many city builders, the bakery would be a fire hazard. Yes. There's a lot of city builders where you build the bakery and it just is basically just fire at all times. Alright, so I had actually planned on putting a park here. But children, the reason you're not getting a park, just in case you're curious, is Clive over there was like, yo man, I want the heckin' bread. And I made sure to give Clyde what they wanted. But it does mean there's going to be no playground. Yeah, I mean, the animal shelter is going to be next. Okay. All the existing houses are already upgraded. I'm gonna grab another house right here. Okay, so we got a little teeny tiny playground there. So you want to be here. Alright, and you'll need another person for the shoemaker. Another person for the bakery. Yeah, and so that's giving me another 90 of the farm research stuff a day. Okay. We've got 10 spare workers. Let's check on everyone's wants. You want more decorations at work? Okay, so let's get some decorations around your workplace. Okay. Spooky Town? Yeah, no, I didn't go in with the intention of doing this, but it's just like, now we're here and we're like, alright. We're doing Halloween Town, I guess. Okay. Just keep adding the dead trees everywhere. Or I guess withered trees. Okay, and we can make... Gotcha. So as we increase the population, I'm allowed to increase the throughput on my winery and all that, which in turn makes it so we research faster. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So it's definitely one of those things that we want to just keep growing the town out as much as we can. We just got to keep checking back on these and being like, okay, what do you got going on that you could use improvements? So it looks like the next thing we probably want is to boost the apparel. And that's going to be going in here and getting the optician. I got plenty of workers, so let's not worry about that just yet. We'll get the optician going, and then start working on building out more stuff. You might need to rejoin. This is the second map, so a lot of people are in the first map. So when I switch maps, we got a whole new crew here. So you might need to rejoin if you don't see that. You got the optician coming in. And with that, everyone's got their access to their glasses and all that. Boosting our happiness even more. Yeah, so work decoration is the only thing you still could really use a boost on. And let's slow down time because we now have enough farm points to get the animal shelter. So we're on here. Ooh, the animal shelter is kind of chunky. Can I sneak the animal shelter in right here behind us? I'm sure that'll be good for the animals to be directly against the railroad track. The shelter will generate a new selection of assignable pets every day at 5 a.m. The 3 pets will be unique and will not appear again for the next 2 rotations. Pets that are bought but not assigned will be moved to the pet inventory, which can be accessed through the animal shelter in the economy menu. Researching geese in the farm research menu allows geese to be adopted at the animal shelter. Why would you adopt geese? Why would you do that to yourself? And Randall Thor's like, I've been experimenting creating different colored geese in my farm. You're not harming the animals, right? What? Why? Why exactly? We're gonna go with what? Why? Why exactly? It just feels unnatural. Unnatural? Yes. I'd like to give you the honor of choosing the color of my finest goose. I promise I won't influence your decision in any way. I choose yellow. Let's make it blue. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the Gigantify. We're gonna have a red goose. No, that's a primary color. That would be just facile. We can go with green, blue. What about turquoise? Turquoise? Maybe I haven't made myself clear. I'll let you choose a color, but I'd like it to be pink. On third thought, I'm going for orange. Pink it is. I'll prepare the dye bath. Could you find the perfect new owner for this fine specimen? Assign the pink goose to a family. Alright, so I got a note, chat. Who wants the pink goose? Assign it to Randall. I was thinking about that, assigning it right back to Randall. We need a pet. Randall. So it's not there. It was under the economy, pets, click to assign. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't assign it to a farmhouse. I have to assign it to a house. Luxury will take it? Boom. I don't actually know which of these families are yours, so it's a 50-50. You found a new home for my pink goose. Thanks so much for playing your game. We hope you enjoy it. Absolutely, Galaxy. Thank you so much for popping in and saying hi. This is actually not my first time playing, but you know, I wanted to check out the 1.0 because I enjoyed it way long ago. A whole lot. But yeah, no, it's always fun when the devs pop in and all that good stuff. I have a small confession to make. I may have had my heart set on pink even before I asked you to choose the color. I had a feeling. But just look how nice it came out. All these geese should be pink. Alright, I have received 200 farm points. Okay, that's a little tease. So we spent 200 farm points to unlock it, and then it gave me 200 farm points. You know, peeking out what people are building. Oh yeah, now we've not by choice or not by circumstance have turned into effectively Halloween Town. Just because I want to do something other than lampposts for the farm, and now we've got lanterns everywhere. Look at our cozy little nightmare town. It's just Halloween Town from Nightmare Before Christmas. That's what we're making. Okay. And upgrade this. Go in there. Go in there. Nothing's hitting a limit and all that. But yeah, no, the music in this game, like, don't get me wrong, the aesthetics and everything is amazing. But, like, definitely the music in this game, every time you hear it, you're just like, oh, that's the music. Like, I genuinely could just pull up the title screen and just let that music play. Okay. So, we have the 200 points. Let's go ahead and grab our decorations. So, we're waiting till we have... Oh, okay. I should have read. So, it looks like once we max out our farm points, then it will just automatically give me access. So it's not based on population like the other map. That's fair. Let's see here. So we got our new decorations. So we've got gazebos. We've got hay carts. Hay roof. Stepping stone. Oh, I see. So you can make like a little stone path. That's cool. So we got tree stumps. Okay, in the meantime, population's going fine. But if we keep building up the population, then we'll keep increasing the amount of utilization on our winery and our granary, or bakery, sorry, not our granary. Technically the granary as well, but bakery. We'll keep expanding our utilization of those buildings. This family desires a doge. You would like a big heckin' pupper. Okay, so we've got... We're adopting Jacob. It needs to happen. The family doth decree, a doggy there shall be. Oh, I have to put the family in first. I see. That does make sense. Wrong family for the goose. Look, man. They just wanted some boiled goose. Are you sure it's the wrong family? It seems to be walking with you right here, Luxray. There's the goose, there you are. If not, it's close enough. Yeah, see, it's saying pet none. Okay, so we're waiting on that. And that's enough. It's pushed us up to here. Clothing shop. Can you move the goose's house? Yeah, I can switch where the goose is at. If we go here, do this, unassign the pet, reassign the pet. And that should make it Luxray's family. Yeah, no, I've assigned it to both, Okay, there you go. So you've got your goose. Sir Honks is awesome. Okay, more decor. We've almost got enough research for the next thing. I'm honestly surprised it's not complaining about, you know, range on stuff. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. It's always good having you. Okay, and let's slow down time for a minute. So I can deal with pumpkinifying everything. Okay. So actually getting pretty close to hitting the next tier on all this. I'm just surprised that we haven't overwhelmed this. Like, I keep waiting to see the thing being like, oh, no darn. You don't have enough food. But we got a decent amount here. I might just chuck down the butcher here real fast, though, because the butcher will cover a bunch. And that'll be pretty good. You desire to be near a cliff. Alright, well, you're not picky. So you live down here now. And you can go here by putting you near a cliff. Alright, we just provide a butcher for all those people to make them all happy. That's massively boosted our food. While we're waiting on that, let's go and grab more of our pumpkins. Okay. As long as he ain't Butcher Pete. Always chopping that meat. Alright, so you want a cat. Excellent. The cat was nice and cheap. Okay, the winery and the bakery just went up, so those will give me more stuff. The shoemaker's going up, and the butcher's going up. What do you want? Hooray, we're getting a pet! A pet cat! A pet cat, a pet cat! Certainly, but now our place isn't ideal for a cat. We have to get them the bestest home possible. So, we'll need more space, and maybe a fish pond? People happy to have a neighborhood butcher until they smell the butcher. Yeah. The butcher definitely has a smell to it. Sure. Oh, and you want me to... Oh, yeah, so that's not gonna last very long for you. Alright, I will deal with your nonsense. And then we're gonna put you right back where you were. So you want that, and you want 10 trees. Place bushes around the house. Let's see how the cat likes its new home. Let's go play with the fishies. Wow. That's it, what fun. I guess he's a low energy cat. And with this, behold, as we immediately go, hey, you know how we did all that? You live back over here now. I will bring your tree decorations and all that over here because that does benefit the whole neighborhood. Also, a very, very typical thing that you would do. It's like, we need to do all this stuff for our pet. And the pet just genuinely does not care. Oh, wait, and it is time to unlock the next tier. Unlock tier research 2. New research items available. Farm cap increased to 800. So we can get roses, beeswax, cotton, utility decorations, extra granary workers, global stockpile, wool. Alright. So we'll just keep getting our farm stuff. It'll be good. Got room for 3 more people. It's a cat, it's solar powered. Also, just realized you don't have any decorations on the back of these houses. You desire a house to be near lots of farm decorations. Just a regular old house. You can upgrade your city. Yay! Alright, so leisure is now available. Would you trust a nuclear-powered cat? No. Would I trust a cat? There's no need for a second part. The answer's no. It can be adorable, but trust? No. No, man. It's a cat. You will be absolutely betrayed the precise second it is even mildly in the cat's interest. All right, Harry, you have a good one. That's fine. It's like, are you sure you want to place this? Yep. The town is going to grow. All right. Okay, so that's fine. So, what's going to end up happening now is we are going to be getting more crops going here. Yep, exactly, Randathor. It's also the fact that people have those emotes, like you just have those handy, always blows my mind. Okay, so let's start with the roses, the beeswax, and the cotton. Alright, so you want a bunch of farm decorations. Yeah, so you're still considered in range of a bunch of stuff. That's all good. Okay, so let's go ahead from here. We can uncheck that. Edit the farm. So you're going to be roses. Okay, so granary is maxed. So we will need another granary to keep going. Okay. Cool, so we've got all that sorted out for right now. So then I'm going to need another farmhouse. And just keep expanding and all this stuff. Okay, so this one, we can go ahead and choose edit the farm. So you're going to be cotton. Oh, we'll do the beeswax and honey. Oh, you're gonna be real unhappy in that house. Let's see. You want trees? Okay, you're indifferent. So you're switching roles. And then you're going down here. There's more clothing shop. My darling loves honey and wax candle, so I put up these beehives on her farm. Except I'm wildly fearful of their stings. Maybe you should stick to wheat and grapes? Easy solution. Wear protective beekeeper suit. No, no, no. What I need is a farm dog to herd the bees, while I extract the honeycombs. Don't question how it works, it simply will. Place a farm sign at the place. Alright. Place additional flowers around the farm. Okay. Just all the heckin' flowers. Place a dog at the farmhouse. Again, Daniel the dog. Place a dog at the farmhouse? Did not mean to get the cat. Okay. That to place the, oh, the dog house. I see, I see. The dog house is locked behind research. But I don't want to deal with that right now. In fact, it's not available right now. Okay, well, we'll just let that sit there then. It's fine. Okay, meanwhile, want to move them later. Sorry, on top of the head, is it worth buying Paralives? Paralives is a lot of fun. It's very buggy, but it's buggy in more like the janky kind of way than like the frustrating kind of way. I have enjoyed it. I don't regret buying it. It is early access, so you're only going to get so much variety, but it has a very, very strong start. So it kind of depends on what you're looking for. Because, you know, the whole thing is like, what is it worth it? You know, okay, well, if you own $6 million, multi-million-dollar yachts, money means nothing to you. It's certainly worth it. If you're desperately trying to figure out how you're making rent this month, it's probably not worth it. You get the idea. Money doesn't mean the same thing to everybody. But, I don't regret purchasing it, and I did buy it. Okay, so now I have the cotton. Sadly, you do not have a yacht. I know, right? Me either. Okay, so we're looking for someone with a fairly neutral stance. Yep, they don't really care. Congratulations. You're now farmers. Ooh, actually, hate it. You, oh, you want the house away from everybody. That's unfortunate. We got this. So we're getting pretty close to being able to get the Hatter. So you want to live away from everybody. I can probably accommodate that. I think that's far enough to be considered away from everybody. Oh, you know what it ought to be? Hold up. We can make this work way better. So you're fairly neutral. You're going to live over here. You who want to be away from everyone, congratulations. You're farmers now. And then you can move back over here. Then we can grab this house. And snug it right up there. Oh, you're actually being happy with that. Yeah, so you just don't care. Alright, so we got those maxed out for now. You're starting to get short on leisure. So let's see what we can do to help with that. So you got all of those are covered. Yeah, so I won't be able to cover that. We can definitely get you in up here. Okay, so that should help with the leisure. Cool. So you're all good with all that. So that's good news. We've got all this, and what we're waiting on now is the Hatter at 400. Because once we get the Hatter up and running, then that should be able to get us even more goodies going on. It's a good chance of the Hatter, what I'll probably do is put it up here somewhere or something like that. And just continue to expand. Okay. You want to be by the cliffs. There we go. Just rearranged people long enough to make them happy. Yeah, and that's extra granary workers. So probably get this, then the extra granary workers. Because by then we'll start be kind of running up against the edge of what our granaries can handle. We'll see where we can build stuff. Okay, gonna wait on bringing them in. There's the Hatter. Oh, the Hatter's nice and small and it'll fit right here in the middle of it. Don't even have to go out of the way or anything. Okay. That's pretty good. So the next thing we want to get with our research is, like I said, probably granary workers. Oh, set hat colors. We probably don't care about that too much. Maybe we also get the wool and deal with all that. In the meantime, we are making pretty good money. I am fully expecting to run into pain points in not too long. Okay. So it'd probably be better if I cut it across that way. So you want a dog. Let's check, because I think I accidentally adopted a bunch too many. Okay. You're doing fine. You're all doing fine. So I can get you wool, so then go for the next thing. Then 400 will get you a dressmaker. So let's go over here, because we got yet another farmhouse location to build. Alright. Okay, so you got that all sorted out. So we got ourselves a sheep farm now. Not enough greenery transporters. Ah. Oh, interesting. Even though... Yeah, so this one will probably end up needing to put more farms around here somewhere, because this granary is not getting utilized well. Okay, and we can go over here. It'll keep adding lights. Because we're looking, we have our number of workers here. We still have 9 spares, and each family gives me roughly 2. Okay, so I'll make you happy. Yep, your maximum happiness with the lights. Alright. You desire to live in a home with multiple floors. Well, you're going to get that whether you want it or not, so that works out. Okay, and we can drop you in here, and you in here. Alright, anything getting out of whack? As we're just explosively growing. Still work decorations are not amazing, but that's fine. And we're waiting for the 400 farm points. Those are coming at a pretty good rate now, so I'm pretty happy about that. Okay, there's a clothing store. All right. You're waiting for the dressmaker next. We can upgrade the city, that's cool. The art style of this game is just amazing. I also like that it doesn't seem to care whether or not you put, like, plaza roads or dirt roads or whatever. It's fine. So now you want housewares. So let's slow down time, because now I got a lot of stuff to catch up on. So let's get the dressmaker. So I can go down here. Oh! Oh, dressmaker, you expensive. Glad we were saving our money. That crap was 1,700 bucks. That should be even more research coming in. Okay, so we probably want the global stockpile. Then maybe we go for our tier 3. No workers available. What do you mean no workers available? You're a different type of worker. Aw. So what that might mean is we might be at the point where we gotta switch back to the first map and unlock the artisan workers. That's fine. We made good progress in this map. So we can go here, switch back to you. Because I feel like for a regular research, we should just work our way down it on the main map, and use the other maps for the specialty research. Now, the big curiosity is going to be how much of that farming research stuff came back this way. You built a new district, fully upgraded homes. The city thanks you, Mayor, for solving the housing crisis. I thought we were heading to disaster there. And I told you to take it easy. Our town is in safe hands. Cool. I didn't do the thing you asked me to do, but that's fine. Alright, so we have tons of research we can do. Artisan class. The second class of residents in your town, assign a family to an artisan house and turn them into an artisan class resident. All artisan adults are available as artisan workers. As you grow the city, you will unlock commerce buildings that can only be operated by artisans. Artisans are more demanding than townsfolk. They require more luxury from commerce buildings to be happy. Artisans also are very unhappy when they do not receive enough luxury. Okay. And that's the research gone. Okay, so let's figure out what we were even doing there. Okay, so we've got all that unlocked except for those two. We can get those knocked out relatively quick. We can get better boots and smithies and laundry and all that. Yeah, and so we have to have 30 artisans there before we can advance that. So that's gonna just churn away for a minute. Okay, so you want me to make a hedge maze. Alright, so give me the tall hedges. Okay. There needs to be at least some branching paths to this. One moment, small child. I'm not done. Okay. Place seating in the maze. I mean, we could pretend the seating's in the maze if you'd really like. But, the cat statue in the middle of the maze. Now we can all get super, super really lost in the maze. I can't wait to try it out. Hey, everyone, the maze is done. Let's go. Excellent. That's fine. We can just leave it the way it is. Perfect. For all the children to get lost in immediately next to their homes. So what the heck we're even doing here now? So we've got tons of money going on. Upgrade house. Ah, so I can upgrade a house into an artisan house. So let's choose one of these houses that's like right smack in the middle here. You are not getting enough luxury goods. New request. Everyone says I'm reading too much. I apparently have an unhealthy obsession with books, and I should get out more. Well, I'll show them the idea of outdoor activity. Could you create a reading spot near my house? One with a bench, a good amount of shade, a light source, in case my novel outlasts the day. Oh, it has to be like right at your house. I was gonna say, there's one right there. Yeah, that's fine. We can do this. So you want it to have a bench? A light. And then the absolute tiniest little dirt road. It's absolutely perfect. I intend to do a great deal of dreaming away here, swept away by my favorite novels. I keep getting requests. Don't you think our house should have some fancy fences? Something to make it stand out from the rest? I like a quest giver. That'll show them who's the best taste in town. Yep, leaps around my house the prettiest fence available. I don't... Really, that quest. I'm assuming we're supposed to have, like, a chef or something. Okay. So, we need more luxury. So let's go ahead and we can get the, That's not what it should have used up, but it gets the last tier done. Alright. So we got our fancy fences. There's artisan residence. Okay, where do I want to put you? Honestly, isn't the worst spot. I can now upgrade the mayor's home. Oh, I see. So you can, like, make it look like the previous versions if you want to have, like, a small mayor's home versus a giant mansion. Yeah, so you need more of those goods. Right. So I got our big fountain thing over here. So we can do here is... make it a broader plaza. And just put some seating over there. Yeah, so you need fancier stuff. So we got more research here. So the bistro gives me fancy food. So let's go ahead and get ourselves some fancy bistro food. I saw be happy about the placement for just a second up here. I kind of like the idea of tucking it back here. Demolish buildings, transformation gizmo tool. We unlocked the terraforming, and I do not for... Start editing a decoration, selecting one you've placed. Yeah, that's now what I'm looking for. Gotcha, so we can adjust the terrain here. Okay. Don't you think our house could use some fancy fences? Something to make it stand up for the rest? I'll show them the best taste in town. Please surround our home with the prettiest fences available. Okay, and it's the same house there. That's fine. Give me a moment. Did I not? Did not just carve you back enough for that? Let's move these trees. Alright, grab you. Okay, and try that again. There you go. They're shoving a bistro back there to give more luxury food options. You know, keep going with the research until we can get what we need. Okay, and what's your problem? No warehouses could transport to this building. There we go. And now they can. Cool, so we've got that going. Now it's complaining about the efficiency of being able to get stuff around. Alright. I mean, it technically says close to home. You could technically give the neighbor the fences. Yes, you could. See, and that's enough of an improvement. I could take workers off those. And I can add more workers on that to cover more area. Alright, so you want the heckin' fancy fences. Oh, and also more research. Okay, so City Hall allows you to adjust the tax rates of citizens and all that. Low and range, high production capacity. Yeah, so this specifically has the symbols we want. So let's go ahead and choose the carpentry first, I guess. Carpenter. Yeah, I have to wait on that. Okay. So in the meantime, you want heckin' fancy fence. You put up such pretty fences. Fancy those fences came through then some. I feel a little boxed in now, though. Oh well, at least I have the prettiest house in the area. What do you think? It's a little garish, but it really livens up the neighborhood. What if everyone demands those fences now? That livens up the neighborhood. My thoughts exactly. But the others better not get fancy fences too. Alright, what do you want? I recently discovered that there exist more lovers of prose in the town. Not just me. So I'm thinking about starting a book club. Wouldn't it be wonderful to read in silent, non-intrusive company of others? I haven't thought of a name yet, but let's expand our little ideal seat to more avid readers. Okay, so you need more lighting. Let's scooch these trees back just a smidge. There, I still got to use it. Now that's a reading spot worthy of book club. It's a gorgeous location for a club now, thank you. As for the name, benches and bibliophiles, worms welcome, bookworms, of course. I'm taking suggestions. We can now place book nooks. Okay, so we got a ton more research. Okay, look, man. I'm struggling to keep up with all your stuff. We'll get the smithy as well. Alright, so we've got this. Oh, the smithy costs a bunch of money. Okay, so we're getting our group up here. More than likely, I'm going to have to shove a warehouse back here somewhere. But that should start bringing the luxury goods in for the artisans. I do like how the one group back here is like, we don't want to live near anyone. It's like, alright. I got you. You want to live out in the sticks? You can live out in the sticks. Yeah, okay, apparently that's far enough to satisfy that. Alright. Build and activate your first housewares place. You don't have enough here. Why would you commit this violence?
Because it's funny. And everything I do is for the lulz.
So you can't get to a warehouse. And every place needs more workers. Alright, so we just gotta expand the town. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the Gigantify. Alright, remove rocks. Just get that unlocked. I'm not really picky about what we're unlocking. Okay, so we just need more regular old houses. Okay, it's happy with that. You're happy with that. Good to go. More warehouse. More whatever you were. Yep, so we're working on getting your stuff. You need more luxury. You are going, it is not luxurious enough. Give more. Okay, so when you have 2,000, I got a spot right there for it. Alright. Oh, we got something over here and I missed it. It's fine. Gotcha, so we can build a granary. But we don't have the farm ones there. How did the charity fundraiser go? Finished up last night and still have... is it still available for people to donate? People can still donate. We made $825. The next milestone would have been at $1,000. I would have done the art costume. Obviously, it's too late for the costume at this point. I'll have to catch up with what that's going on there. Gotcha. Okay. Work is done. Time for home. Worked so hard. Sure would be nice to hang out with others after hours. Would be nice. No such place. Mayor Create? What's happening? Why are you talking like that? We're just gonna go with Mayor Create. Mayor Create. Place to meet. Like park. But not working buildings around. Enough work. Place makes us happy. Select place without work. Okay. Have no shops or houses nearby. Alright. Place flowers and place a picnic bench there. Okay, so we'll deal with that in a minute. Yeah, that's fine. So you want fences around the quest area, which you got a bunch of. Okay, so you want flowers in the quest area. Fair enough. Oh. Only a little bit that's in the quest area. That's fine. Okay, we just put like a little park spot right here. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll put a picnic bench. And then you want fences. Then you want some flowers in here. Hello, I meet you. Hello, and I talk? Talk about what? Work? Hey, RJ, thank you for the 105 stream trigger. Do appreciate it. So, if old crab was Sebastian, won't let me say it. What is new crab? Shiny? Yes. Yes. You missed out on this darling fellow. I'll probably do it in the future as another thing. You don't want to know what the stretch goals were, because I'm not sharing those. You'll have to wait and see. Alright. So... I need... Upgrade better boots. Increases the luxury of the shoemaker. Okay, cool. That just gives me an upgrade without actual effort. And a ball throw we can go ahead and add as well. Alright, so let's go ahead to here, because you want the smithy. And go to entertainment. Alright. And pretty soon we're going to need to just bring in more people. My hope is that we should likely get the ability to add third floors to buildings soon. Okay, so we're out of workers. Okay. I just need more people. They're all happy, I just gotta wait for them to get here. But as you can see with like town to city, you just keep escalating and growing, escalating and growing. And you have like a steady rate that you can grow as like your maximum speed. But yeah, we definitely have reached the point where I almost want to be like, hey, could you chill with the research speed? It's fine. Now we're in the carpenter. Another artisan in the smithy. Alright. Chris, how will they use lighting to make the block style look good? Oh yeah, no, the game is absolutely gorgeous. If it looks like it's made out of Legos, it does give that feeling a little bit. Okay, and we can go up to you. There's the barber. Okay. So we need way more housing. Let's go over here. Crank you down a bit. Okay. It's definitely one of those things that over time we're going to need to get more and more going. We're going to get our artisan people up. Yeah, we're slowly expanding the town. I think it's going to be a big thing, like, the moment we unlock the next town, like, size up on the houses, suddenly the whole town's just going to absolutely explode. Let's go ahead and take a look at the research, see if we can't see anything there to that end. Yeah, so when we hit artisan of 30 at least, we'll be good there. Right now, it's just a matter of I'm trying to scale this up, and we don't have a surplus of either. But once I start getting a surplus of our regular workforce, I'll start upgrading these houses to do artisan. Actually, now that I think about it, a lot of these buildings mention they could do both. I assume having artisans do it over other people makes it work better. Okay. So now you're just short on people to work it. That's fine. Yeah, so some jobs artisans can take, some jobs they can't. Plus decorations. Yeah, so right now we're just kind of shuffling people through. Okay. I do have a few spare artisans. Okay. So we are kind of scaling like alongside of it, all that. The research is getting done. And up to 232 people. The game does mention that by default there's a cap of 1,000. You can remove the cap or make it higher or whatever. It's just one of those things the game's like, you might want to be careful about doing that. It may make the game run absolutely abysmally bad. Alright, so go in here. So once we get to 150, we can go ahead and upgrade you. So far, it seems content. And one more, and that should have us getting our next whole tier of technology and all that. Okay. So we can now go small town. Ah, because 2 clocks is better than 1. Excellent. I mean, for a small town, this is looking like a lot more than I would call a small town. Public service is a new requirement. A new whole tier available. Could I bother you with a small task? I made a poster for the theater production. It's playing in the capital. It's not technically official. I just love to play so much I want everyone to see it. Do you think they'll mind? Would you mind plastering a bunch of old posters on the sides of buildings? Sure. Put a bunch of them all kind of facing the square or whatever. I see my poster everywhere now. Hey, looks like there's a fun evening out. If you could afford trips and tickets. Hey, my sister would love this as a birthday gift. What a wonderful poster. I want to tear it off and take it home. Look, people are flocking to the posters already. Now everyone will have to travel to the capital to see the wonderful play. I wonder if the theater will notice me. Thank you for doing this, Mayor. It's everything I ever dreamed of. I have very, very, very realistic expectations. I keep my expectations so slight that I never have to worry about being let down. That's fine. I don't care about the ones that are like... You know, honestly, I would not mind kicking them out. They're like, I don't want to live near anyone. A new money vault increases the maximum money capacity. School. Small workforce and above average production. Does not require a warehouse. Chapel, low range, average production. Pottery. Merry-go-round. Winter decorations. 3rd floor. That's what we're waiting for. 3rd floor. All these other things are stuff they want. You're like, you know what we're doing? We're increasing the population density. That's what we're doing. That's what we need in this world, is to make it as dense as we possibly can. Really just mash them all into one little area. Okay. To be fair, we actually have already got a decent amount of percentage. Like how... So like we're already halfway to unlocking the next tier. And considering the game's name is Town 2 City and the next tier is City. Alright, 3rd floor. And we're going to start right here with these bad boys and say 500, 500, 500, 500. Welcome. Welcome. You go over there. And we genuinely have spare workers. And I still need to go back and like get City Hall and all these older techs. So new money vault, new research perk. A lot of those are extra services. I'm looking for the straight upgrades where you don't have to build anything, it just makes stuff better. We've got the barber, we got all that. And it will be a thing that as we start packing them in, they do have it where the more density you have, there is a mood penalty. Why are you all getting sad? Oh, your basic needs aren't really getting met, are they? Look, man, you got your carpentry. What more do you want? Food? You can't sit on food. Okay, so you officially don't have what you need to be happy on any level. Alright. This is definitely not New York City style fire disaster. No. It's fine. Gotcha. So let's start with the basic needs. So food. Poultry. We do not have poultry up here. Cheese stall. We don't have it covering up here. Fish stall. It's not covering up here. Fruit stand. We'll deal with that in a minute. You still are saying, like, not having food coverage. So, fruit stand. Kiosk theater. Okay, so we're boosting everything up as best we can. Alright, where's a building we could pull some of the artisan people out of? Or regular people out of? Okay, so we've got all them. We could spare one of each. Yeah, so like they're basically not getting any of their needs met because there's just too much of everything. Let's try upgrading the roads. Okay, that did fix it a little bit. Yeah, so we're at the point now where it's somewhere over here need to have like another like kind of trade location wherever you want to go with to keep all this stuff going. And probably want to upgrade the roads going through here. But yeah. That said, chat, it is unfortunately getting to be that time. It's been very fun going back to Town to City. I'm glad we did the switch. I very much enjoyed Paralives as well. But at the same time, being able to hop into Town to City and visit this, because realistically, I'm going to be gone for just over a week for TwitchCon and all that. Most of the interest is going to be moved on because that's just the way it works. But I'm glad we got back to this, checked it out. The game's come a long way. And I could definitely see this as being a relaxing game you could just burn time in. There's just a lot to do there. With all that said, what's going to end up happening here is, first, if you're over on YouTube, the stream is going to be coming down suddenly because I do not have a host on the YouTube side, but thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe and all that. For everyone over here on Twitch, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future.